That'll be our first trial. You're late. Right talk. Why do I have a feeling like a cool or some awakened monster? Oh yeah, I'm at level 93, so yeah, I should be coming up on the first trial. Oh right, I should have tuned before I forget again. into his usual charged with keeping the grave. Yakoi's sepultures appear to hold a special significance. It would be appropriate for us outsiders to enter. Bye, Alize. Bye, Alize. Oh, crater. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. Hey, Mike. Yes, the Yakoi. This whole zone was so good. So far, I'm really liking the environments and the details. Freaking field enemies getting in my way. Jesus. Out of every 10, 9 died to wild. I really like the designs of the Yakoi. They're such unique designs. Love the idea of like all the characters struggling because of the lack of air the higher we climb, but meanwhile I'm just riding on Torgal. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Alize. I'm breathing just fine.
gods, that is one tall mountain. And we're supposed to climb it?
Farther. Gomar. Tulliyolal. Korogar.
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
Though your words are crude and cumbersome, I use them for your benefit. You are a claimant in this rite of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tulliyolal loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul Jaja like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tural's overlords.
The giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the craven. They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our people.
Hey, you want to fight?
And our ascension begins with the death of the third promise.
All right, bring it.
Stop! I don't want to fight you.
Then die on your knees.
That's a cool bird.
Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here. Your neck will be the first I snap this day.
That whole crystal thing is really cool.
That's right.
Oh, by the way, Mike, the solo instance before this, that was one of the most fun solo instances I've ever done. I felt so hyped because of it. And he acknowledged my class during it. That was the part that surprised me. I was like, wait, he comments on my class? Really? Okay, because because as I was fighting him, he was like, "So you're using Viper style, eh?" Like he literally just called me out on it,
My legs were moving.
and I was like,
before I
"Oh
knew
my
it was
god, he
happening.
acknowledged I'm a Viper."
I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends. How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Wuk Lamat.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Gefurler is waiting.
Okay, good. They're going to be quick about it. I wonder what other raids are affected. Ah, I see. I mean, on the bright side, at least that's extremes and like savage and ultimate stuff. So at least for like those who aren't doing that stuff right now aren't affected. But yeah, that still definitely needs to get fixed for those who do play that hard content. All right, next dungeon. I assume we'll have a trial right after. Probably. In which case, they gotta transfer it over for every single fight. that uses the ice stuff. Hop in VC so my avatar. There we go. Mike, you are welcome to join if you are interested in doing this dungeon. Otherwise, I'll just run past. But it has to be his black mate. Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, I can just do trust then. That way there's no long queue time. Because all I got is Viper. I don't have anything else. Oh, thank you. Oh, Alize can now double as a healer. Cool. Oh, I'm insufficient item level anyways. You know what? That's actually fine because I have enough poetics. I can get a few more accessories. The only unfortunate thing is I'll have to... Wait, no. Because I can do it through the duty. Okay. Quick trip to Rods and Han. Still waiting on gear that's better than what I got. But I mean, I guess if it's saying item level 635, that means I'm pretty much set with a full lineup of Credendum gear. That's pretty good. So I need to get... I can now have 2 augmented Credendum rings now, right? Okay, perfect. Oh, right. There we go. 660. All right. Trust. Or sorry, duties. There we go. Whoa. This looks incredible. Yeah, 100%. I agree. Yes, I know Alize. Get ready to hear that line from Alize a lot. Got it. It'll be the next music remix. It's like the Xenoblade 2 Don't Forget Me remix. Hey, buddy. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hope you're doing well today. Going okay? That's good. What is this adorable looking thing? Well, I've been playing a fair bit of Pal World. I can confirm to you, there's no Pal that looks like this. Oh, interesting. Okay, my hunch was correct when I moved out of the way there. I was like, why do I feel like that ice delays that AoE? He'll be freezing. Okay, and I need to go over here. Oh, I picked that up really quick. Oops. How you doing, by the way? I'm doing good. I've been unhealthily playing Final Fantasy XIV, working my way through the main scenario quests, making my way downtown. Having a lot of fun with the Viper class. That was good. Exact same stats, I see. Yeah, I've been... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh! Jesus Christ! That was... Man. That lagged so hard. The moment I realized that I wasn't doing any damage to them and they were all just standing there doing nothing, and I'm just like, uh-oh. But it's all good. Just the server freaking out. Oh, Zeralja. The hell? Oh, geez, those server ticks are brutal. God damn, man. The combo just doesn't stop with this class, and it feels so good. Jeez, the server ticks here are really bad. Like, holy hell, that was like 2 pauses on one mob. Stack and a tower? Wait, hang on. If I'm correct, I do this. Oh, okay. It doesn't create alternative procs. Ow! Wasn't paying attention. I was staring at my hotbar. Get out of here. I'm losing feeling in my pointing finger. I've got my wrist pressed against the desk too hard. Cutting off blood flow. Got a bunch of gear I'm just going to be discarding. Well, actually, I guess I should see what it looks like on my character, because it might be worth keeping for glamour, depending. The previous dungeon's gear looked really nice, so maybe this one will. Though, not much to really tell from just pants. Who's the boss waiting for me up here? Bet it's Bakul Jaja. Oh, it's not. Nice beard, dude.
I am Gulfulur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested. Prove you are worthy to rule. Chronicles of Age. Return the hunger of roiling waters.
Oh. Leviathan and Shinryu water push. Okay.
Chronicles of End. Recount the fury of erupting beasts. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine! Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars!
Wait, is that Thor? Be pretty funny if it was. $35K, goddamn!
Merciless storms!
Oh, that damage up really boosts you. Goddamn. GG's. My character, it is happy earwag. God, playing Viper just feels so good. Well, I thought he had braids and a beard. Yeah, he does. He definitely has a beard. He's definitely got like Viking-esque stuff going on. Or more. Yo, look at that colorful poncho. So you can get those as dungeon gear. That's good. What does that spear look like? That's kind of cool. I'm watching on a half screen, so hard to see 100%. Yeah, no worries. I'm here to help you confirm.
Very good, Claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our full
Might get P3P and hopefully be good to stream in a few days. Nice.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition.
I hope you like it.
The one recorded in your murals.
I'm assuming you'll be doing the female pro tag for your run.
history that is.
Or are you going to do the original run of Pete first?
Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor.
What are the differences besides some dating interactions?
Neither war
You get different music. Your starting persona has a female design instead of a male. The social links, while the social link arcanas are the same, some of the characters are different.
The luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
You get access to Theodore. You can choose to have Theodore as your Velvet Room resident assistant. Instead of Elizabeth if you wanted.
To find the city of gold.
I mean, besides that, the story pretty much plays out the same.
Under our control.
Yeah, different soundtrack, different characters for each social link. Different Velvet Room resident.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural.
Different color scheme for the
Those
HUD.
involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Here and now, I think he means.
Yeah. Ariane, the only one being exhausted there.
second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
What color Jolly Rancher are we getting this time? Ooh, green. Apple. Nom 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 nom.
Three to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the rite.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Good question.
Yes, it is a place of great significance.
Oh, would this be where they fought the...
All these monuments. Is this a burial
Oh.
ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Varigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Might do a silly and quote mix his copy pasta with each stream. I don't know. I mean, it would be pretty funny, but I don't know if you'll beat it within 13 streams.
Promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, 14.
Upon
I mean, I guess if you did, like, really long streams, you could do it in 14 streams.
who sealed away the monstrous Varigarmanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenrun, the Laminsan explorer. Does this mean he joined Galul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokui. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
Have his love for peace. Another very good solo instance is done. What I miss. Just finished the dungeon.
Of course.
And doing the scene after.
Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
Uh-oh.
What in the hells was that?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately.
Trial
Our mind is
time.
broken free.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there, now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Ooh. Serpent offerings gauge expanded. Upon learning the trait Enhanced Serpent's Lineage, a 5th Anguine tribute will be added to the gauge. Once sufficient energy has been stored, you can activate Reawaken, which will open the Anguine tribute. On the gauge, these tributes can be used to execute several special weapon skills unique to your reawakened state. But wait, if I'm getting an extra, does that mean... so I now get Ouroboros. I have Ouroboros. Let me delete a bunch of stuff. Discard. Discard. I mean, all of this gear is literally the same stats as what I've got. This. I don't. Really? Then I'm one of the lucky ones. Because, Jesus Christ. That was some insane lag that was happening. I'm just glad the lag wasn't there when I was doing boss fights. It was only while I was dealing with mobs.
What happened?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
My god, of course it's Bakul. Ooh! Haven't had an Echo flashback in a while.
Who enters this hallowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
And here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vidral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Kulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
Son of a bitch.
Rise and rage, little terror. Fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
I wish Bakul Jaja got eaten by Valigarmanda right then and there.
A messenger to Tulliyolal has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him.
So, what's the plan?
What's the plan? I do what I do best.
If we leave the Vidral to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda.
That's the spirit, Wuk
This is an
Lamat.
enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the rite of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
This is the kind of challenge I live for.
Drawn to the chaos. You're as bad as Papa. Don't worry. The Sky Ruin should prove a big enough challenge for all of us.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Valikarmanta, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Aaronville's specialty.
Inform the Bello of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
I like how derpy they look. Yokui are very derpy. But I love it. No way. No way is he using a pointing finger as a device. A freaking menu cursor. Are you serious? That's pretty funny. Oh, man. Alright. We're going with Aaronville. Seek out fire aspected ether while the others gather information. They couldn't slay Valley Garmonda before, but that's because they didn't have me. Alright, let's follow the Ether Seeker. Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire aspected ether. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I love the drawing and sheathing animations. Have at thee. I'm so happy that I have the Torgal puppy with me. Just to see him running along with me and the rest of the companions whenever they follow me, it's just so adorable. Like, oh, little puppy doggy. Alright, back to tracking. Come on, Seeker. Get us to Valley Garmonda. Accelerated pursuit mode. Oh damn, it must have the exact read of what it's looking for. Come, big dog Torgal. Oh, but wait, I have to pet the good boy. Good boy. Okay. Back to it. Yeah, and Mike, if you're still listening, if you want to join for the trial, let me know. Once I unlock it. Oh, think we found it. It's actually a trial you can do a trust, and it's way too cool to deny you the chance at it. Oh, okay. Then never mind. I shall do trusts. I honestly really like it when the trials can do trusts. Like, I get, you know, when dealing with primals and stuff, the scions can't really help me with it, but...
The trail ends here, it seems.
But I always appreciate it.
Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vitral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vitral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Yeah, no kidding. It's clearly weak.
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lardor, or you are fools.
Yeah, but you don't know about me.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of his Tulliyolal my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people.
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tulliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
And me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tulliolan rule.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuk Lamat, protector of peace and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive. My old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tulliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the rite of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the sky ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Hell yeah. It's nice to see the siblings all working together this time. Orcorlardo. Whoa. I can literally go with any comp of these guys? That's cool. Oh, they're all just a viper. That's cool. This is gonna be so cool. Yeah, that's everybody. Oh my god, I'm excited for this. Already that's too cool. Ooh. This is pretty. Ooh, this music. Burning for battle, sustaining most damage that would normally result in KO will instead ignite the will to live? What? Ooh. Oh, right, I'm scaled down, so I don't have my 5th attack. Whoa! Dude, this is so cool! This is... Okay. Good, I did recognize the right mechanic. This is really cool. Hey Bear, how's it going? Hurry on, Jay, I'm sharing a spot with you. Have you slept at all or just streamed this for the past 3 days? Hey, Justin, and I've slept. I was tempted to do just full 24 hours last night, but then I was like, no, should get some sleep. Though, honestly, the 24 hours probably would have been enough for me to be all set for the summer school work that I'll be doing tomorrow. Look, man, when you find a class that you really enjoy playing, and you're playing a game that has such an amazing story, you too would be playing the crap out of this game, no lifing it. Okay, been busy. My dad is helping me clean my space because we have some, like, thing coming up on Tuesday. Can't think of the word. Ah, okay. Like house inspection, but like something you do when you're trying to assess the house value. Yeah. I think it's just called a property evaluation or something like that. I mean, yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from on that one, Mike. Yeah, it got sprung on us, so I've been slowly working through it the past few days on my own. And enlisted my dad for today, though, so we can get more done. Gotcha, gotcha. And yeah, what Justin said, hope you've been able to get what you need done. Yeah, that's all you really can do, right? Oh, I messed that mechanic up. Let's go! LB3 finish. Woohoo! God damn. That was awesome. Cool boss in general, but it was awesome to see the siblings be trust companions.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Vidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it?
Wuk Lamat, it's 80 years.
Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
I'm sure you'll surpass him someday. Whoa, a furry. Yeah, female Rothgar. Finally a playable race with this release.
Like this one under my belt.
Wuk Lamat being the face of the female Rothgar.
Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Saralja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Sarilja in tow. Seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebration. Nothing unusual for Saralja. No, it's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. Probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. Freaking Galul Jaja. Oh, it's Bakul. Bakul. Oh wait, I can just... It'll be faster. My gosh. That was an awesome trial. Oh yeah, I haven't really done much with it yet. But say hi to my Pictomancer. Paintbrush and everything. Haven't leveled it at all. But I have messed around with it a little bit, and the painting system and everything is a lot of fun. I look forward to trying it when it's at higher levels and has access to more of its stuff.
To the temple, then.
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town, but the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zulmurwar? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Gulul Jalja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
The flavor of Jolly Rancher is this one. Oh, it's another sour apple. Let's go.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valle Armanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tulliyolal as we enter this new age.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
No kidding. What's he doing?
You, Wuk Lamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valikarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Tulliyolal expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst,
Oh boy,
reigned a
I love
silent
bots in my chat.
goddess,
Get
a statue
fuck
so tall,
out of here.
even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Tulliyolal, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wuk Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams. No dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wuk Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
Yeah, head back to Tulliyolal. Some rest or journeying out to the next thing. Kind of just saving all the blue quests to do later. It'll give me an excuse to come back to these maps and explore a bit.
You have a moment?
Sure.
There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So,
Huh? On Wuk Lamat.
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
What? Lamat? What's going on here? But what was it that you needed from me? Wonder what's going on. Oh.
This is much better.
What a pretty shot.
I used to come here all the time when I was little. Would look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Orkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realized nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace. Really, I feel proud somehow. It's an answer I arrived at by trying to be true to myself. That you think I succeeded, it means a lot. So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness! It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me? Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
What a nice moment. Really did write Wuk Lamat amazingly. All right. Now we're on the level 94 stuff. Amuk. Okay. Oh, Wuk Lamat. To the where you fly by balloons. Will you hold my hand just until I've settled my nerves? Of course. Try not to crush your hand. Man, I can only imagine how many people squealed over her asking to hold your hand. That alone. People would be like, oh my god, she wants to hold my hand. Tablu Tobly. Right, we tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. Okay, Kral's learning a little bit more about her grandfather's journey here. Really hope she wins. Bechtel will test her mettle, without a doubt. Next Dawn Servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Boy.
The fierce Chapral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yaktel. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Chapral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the rite of succession would reach its climax.
Are you all right?
Airsick and seasick? Come on, Wuk Lamat.
Never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozamauka.
Kozamauka. Oh, that's how you
suggest
pronounce
pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Chapral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Damn, dude, Hunter's Coil does so much. I know Dreadwinder does a lot. It's wild. It was 20k just off of skill that I used to proc my positional. I actually don't know if this would be better. Maybe. For once, I'm like actually at a point where I'm out of space in my weapon armory chest, which is wild to me. It's even more of a sign that I need to glamour some stuff. It's why I bought like a huge amount of prisms. Because I knew I'd have a lot to throw into my glamour chest. One? Might that be? There's but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. Wonder if Wuk Lamat will meet her parents. Probably not, but I think it'd be cool if she got to actually.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
Elja, can you just shut up?
I've known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide. I wouldn't have bothered with a Ligarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As a Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as a lector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us. Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Well, forbid Wuk Lamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red.
Blue.
On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Hey.
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-hit.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Bibil.
It's team cooking. Hello, Shay. How are you?
Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
A little hungover, but good. Oh no. You streaming and drinking rainbows while you played Rainbow Six and such.
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink.
I wasn't drinking on stream last night, but when I finished streaming, I went to VR chat, and that's when I was drinking. Oh my gosh, girl.
Beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tulliyolal onto a more prosperous future.
He doesn't get it.
The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. It's a lighter wonder.
It was a fun stream last night, though, and Neb was hanging out with us, too. Yeah, because he stopped by after his stream. We were playing custom games, Rainbow Six Siege, and some very skilled viewers during the game. Then we all had to start tryharding. Yeah, that'll happen. I feel like if I had a better computer, I'd be more willing to like join you guys for those games, but until I can get that upgrade, there's a lot of games that I just don't want to bother trying with, because if I have even the slightest bit of like stutter or lag, it could heavily impact the game and my experience. Just being a good streamer and focusing on my chat. Yep. It happens. Worst case scenario, you could always try hard and then focus on chat like right after, but usually it's like, good luck with that. Or you just focus on chat once you die. Props to anyone who's able to do both at the same time. Like, well, whenever you upgrade your PC, you gotta join us. Yeah. I got the games. Don't have the power to run them well. At least for Rainbow Six. It's Call of Duty, I don't know, because that one's very... Well, I mean, as long as it's just the deathmatch thing, I wouldn't mind, but... Well, at one point, my chat kept sending photos of characters from shows and became a smash or pass game. It was funny. That's awesome. Amazing the type of communities and like fun interactivity you get off of playing games like Rainbow Six Call of. One of my viewers wants me to do a Kiss, Marry, Kill stream. Jeez. Doing it so they can judge you. They're like, hey, can you do this type of stream? I want to be able to judge and make fun of you for what you pick. I say that, but I don't know the actual intention. For all I know, it could be just for good fun, but usually when it comes to live stream chats, they'll take any bit of dirt they can to tease a streamer. Gotta set up their running gags to make fun of you for from here on out. Welcome to content creation. Weren't there for the VR chat stream, but I was being judged there. You were? For what? Did you do? There was a poll of who's better, Lola Bunny or Judy Hopps. Okay, and which one did you pick? I personally have no idea if there is... Okay. You chose Lola? Hmm. Mm. No, honestly, I don't know. I don't really think there's a right answer there. Your chat agreed to the poll that Lola was the better choice. I mean, I guess. Prince, Bear, Briegel, and Justin were all dying with the conversation. Also, we are planning another VR chat stream this Friday. Yeah, I make no promises. That all depends on how I handle things with the other things that I want to get done. Because, in case you couldn't tell from how long I've been streaming this game, for the past, like, 3 sessions, I'm currently really hooked on it, and obsessed and addicted. Yeah, I hope the VR chat stuff goes well. Oh, I need to go up there. So, how are we gonna get those leaves? I don't know how old those messages are, but it sure was a conversation. Apparently. Get to teach Shay what furries are. Oh, is that what ended up being like the passionate conversation? So she was being judged for basically coming out as a furry? Or and she was denied was she a furry denier? Whatever the term is. No, judged for not knowing or something. I don't really know. Oh, I see. Wait, really? Shay, you don't know? You did not know what a furry was? That's crazy. I feel like when you've been on VR chat, you would get a sense for it somewhat. It's like, it's one of the most, like... I wouldn't really... I guess I don't really want to... I don't want to really say it's one of the most common communities you'll find on VR chat, but... That's also just because I'm not on VR chat enough to say that with confidence. I mean, for crying out loud, like, there's a lot of people who are technically closeted furries purely because of this character right here, Wuk Lamat. Like, her introduction to the game led to people posting memes of, like, I'm not a furry, but... Though her chat also contributed to some of our clarification. Ah, I see, I see. But it's only a matter of time before more but scenarios come around, friend. Yep. I know. That's why I felt called out when I saw that when I saw that meme played. I was like, I feel called out over the female Rothgar being introduced. How dare they? Wait, what was the original definition of being a furry? Wasn't it like seeing yourself as another animal or wanting to be another animal, being an animal or something like that? And then it just kind of devolved from there. Just kind of snowball effect. It gradually got even broader. With its definition to just simply finding a humanoid animal-like person like attractive. I actually don't remember what the like official definition is supposed to be. I don't really know. In general, it's just being a fan of anthropomorphic characters. Oh. No, I'm gonna do a Google search. An enthusiast for animal characters with human characteristics, in particular a person who dresses up in costume as such a character or uses one as an avatar on. Interesting. But that's aside from being involved in like furry fandom stuff too. Yeah, the reason the whole conversation happened was for how we got there. We brought up that in terms of art. Hmm. Like Lola, Renamon. Judy Hopps is more popular than like all the typical fairy characters like Lola, Renamon, Crystal, etc. Yeah. Well, of course, in terms of art, that would come up. That's what happens. Honestly, you know, the funny thing too is that for the longest time, I didn't even know that Renamon was looked that way. Like for Lola, Bunny, Judy Hopps, and Crystal, and like other anthropomorphic characters, yeah. But it wasn't until I was like, I think it was only a handful of years ago that I learned that there were people who did art of Renamon in that way, and I'm just like, whoa, I had no idea this was a thing for Renamon. I understand, but also never considered it somehow. Yeah, exactly. It's like I get it. I get it now why, but for the longest time I had no idea. Never even thought about that in any way. I just thought Renamon was cool. Like that's the thing for me. A lot of things are usually like cool. This in terms of designs that I like. Kind of the same thing with like with Judy Hopps. I just thought she was a really cool designed character. And then all of a sudden I saw people making art and I was just like, definitely didn't get that sense. Like, it's the main reason why I want to do a female Rothgar now that Dawntrail's come out is because I think they're designed in like a really cool way. And it's like, it's the only other race I really like the look of. I like Judy for her dynamic with Nick mostly. Yeah! Chemistry between those two is awesome.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinderfield.
Yeah, which is why it's like one of those things where it's like I really don't see myself as a furry for wanting to like play that stuff. It's just because I think it looks cool.
After the Yokui's departure, some 500 years
Kind of feel that way about this game in general. They're all anime people. I mean, I guess.
Centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6,
The Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they seal Valigarmanda.
There aren't any that stand out to me race/design wise. Yeah, but it's also,
It was during this armistice that
I
both
feel like it's
sides
also one of those
gathered for
things where
negotiations at the
they
Dawn
have their
Servant's
races that are very
behest.
distinct, but in comparison to other games that have completely different art styles or just styles in general, of course they may have races that pop out a bit better.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Buff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us.
They're not fish. They're lizards.
Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end? That such technology exists is indisputable.
Yeah, you can even tell looking at this guy's like head that's currently talking. Very chameleon focused.
If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda. What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
That's cool. I'm glad we're using the Echo again. It's been a while.
And so began that legendary banquet.
Having a
One
playable,
would not expect
definitely
small
not
enemies to
playable
abruptly
Tonberry.
drink to each other's health.
Like Black Mage,
And
like V. No.
indeed, a
Well,
tense
also don't. I don't know
silence
what was
hung
happening in
over
that
the
scene, but
venue.
it sounded important. It was basically the big guy with two heads was basically bringing an end to a feud between two rival clans that had been fighting for centuries.
So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chibral steamed Najul.
We're basically learning the history of how Galul Jaja, our big man right here, united all of Tulliyolal under one banner
The dawn servant laughed and declared once more,
and brought peace to their country.
their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chibral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn Servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn Servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Oh yeah, I think the main reason why like a playable Tonberry or a playable Black Mage, the likes of Vivi, is that one of the major things that they consider when they're adding stuff to Final Fantasy XIV is that it has to like make sense for them to be around and be there. So it's like they'd have to, in regards to Vivi's background, they'd have to establish stuff related to his background And for Tonberries, unfortunately, those are creatures that just never really live in peace with people. They've always been hostile. So I think that's kind of the main problem, is that, like, the race options can only be ones that are living in a civilization where you would see them among other races. As for Vivi's case, you can technically play, like... The other thing, too, is that, like, in regards to Tonberry and in Vivi's case, while you may not get the exact same clothes, you can get clothes that make you look like a black mage. Of, like, the classic variety. And I mean, pretty sure y'all have seen me streaming where I'm dressed up as a Tonberry. Not gonna lie, though, it'd be cool if they did, like, a spin-off Final Fantasy that let you play as, like, some signature monsters from the series. That would still be pretty neat. My humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tulliyolal, but they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. Now I take my leave. Oh wow, he didn't, like, immediately apologize to the second promise and drop to his knees requesting that he get killed. Cannot argue with that. Oh! We have what we need. Let us return to Ikbrax. Ikbrash. Okay. I knew Wuk Lamat would become, like, the one to take the seat. Like, it was obvious it was a shoo-in that she would to begin with. But it's... Oh, I didn't attune to that? Damn. Alright, long way it is. But, you know, out of all the people who are partaking in this contest to win the seat of Dawn Servant, he's the only one that's taking the time to learn the cultures and find solutions that help support their cultures, not just come up with a substitute that makes it so that they no longer have to do it. And I can't wait for the next live performance from Soken, and he's gonna sing the vocals for that song just now with an automaton. Great. I need to pet the doggo. Good, Torgal. I was really happy when they confirmed that there was pet Torgal because he is a good boy. Yes, he is. I never read the description for the pet action. That's awesome. There's been a lot of video game good boys, and I genuinely find Torgal to be my most favorite. That's also because we have puppy Torgal right here. Oh, little buddy. Is there a way for me to give a more clear... Nah, my UI's blocking him, but I love that they gave us puppy Torgal and grown-up Torgal. Love it. Alright, we ready to cook? How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wuk came along and helped us find them. Wuk was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. Gonna explain the history lesson. Everything we already saw. That Galul Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions, but how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Urianja and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Aaronville and I found our Ibruk, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield, akiote? I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Aye, through further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope, I could use your adventurer's grit when it comes to skinning the Ibruk. Ooh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay, then.
Smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
first I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling housecan.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
God damn!
Victory will be ours.
That was the best response ever.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then. In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil admirably.
Woohoo!
Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoctel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
I really want to try this food.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
Seemed like the smell wasn't too.
I see.
Oh.
While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
It's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
In cooking, it could make a huge difference.
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
Oh, damn.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious!
This is delicious!
So tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the Najul leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Wait, then how will they get the rest of their keystone?
That too is part of the feat.
Don't have to tell me twice. That was bliss.
It was palatable enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Yo, we got a lemon Jolly Rancher. Let's go.
Only 1 feet left.
The fabled lemon.
Well, I should get going then.
I know, right? Pog! Lemon Jolly Rancher.
I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any Shipbrook people left? I could really use another helping.
Oh, Wuk Lamat are one of the best characters ever. Ooh, I get some Shipbrook PB. Nice. Okay. Before I go anywhere, I need to go and attune to the Aetheryte. Wait, no, I should be able to just talk to them. Father's grief? What's wrong? Reconvene here after our respective diversion. Okay. Da, 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 da. Oh, by the way, Prince, it's actually good that you're here, because there's some music that I think you and Bear would really like. I gotta introduce you to. Turn that up. Oh, I did. Okay. This is the main hub's theme. Oh wait, it's nighttime, so it might not be the same energy, but it might still have a good vibe to it. Yeah, so this is the nighttime track for Tulliyolal, the main hub for Dawntrail. The daytime rendition is also really good. When I first heard it, I was like, "Ooh, damn, this is snazzy." Hopefully, I can show it off soon. Don't. Go back to Yaktel. Wasn't fast enough. And you know what? I can. Can happen. See if I can get this to play real quick. All right, this is called Sunrise in Tulliyolal. No, this isn't it either. Don't give me... Oh, here we go. This is the daytime. fucking love this area theme. It's so good. Yeah, this is so good. Yeah, so there you go. That's it's I just DM'd it to you. That's the full extended version. But yeah. when I got into this into the hub area, and I'm sitting like, ooh, this music's incredible. And then immediately my mind was like, Prince and Bear. Immediately my mind was like, this is something that these two would love. I've been loving a lot of the music choices for this expansion. Hello again, dear assistant. A foreign mage passed through Ikbrash roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Remember him? Are you asking me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. Foreign mage did indeed visit Ikbrash, Master Galif. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied. More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. You say the Yakoi once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed. But yes, before they withdrew to Urkopacha, some 5 centuries ago, the Yokoi claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of the architectural remains can be found in the lower forest. Yatika Heartland. Also, it's Yakui. God. Member beetle. And that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that. Though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your question. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Beedok. May I request a moment of your company? Sure. Go on, we'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Krau's plea has softened my... As a leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. You tell me of her journey thus far. Galul Jaja asked to find out. Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuk Lamat. Does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the Shabral. When she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when first I held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old, an accident, it was said, but I knew better. He had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Shabral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminal sought to undermine the future of Shabral. I was determined not to let them succeed, so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. You're her father? Dawn servant Galul Jaja. Though she was born to lead the Shabral, fate had a greater plan for Wuk. Only the Dawn servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Shabral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as the Dawn servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the Third Promise, defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Absolutely. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Man, my Fugi feels like it's like chugging. You hear my question and answer me plainly. Address me not as the ruler of Tulliyolal, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray, breathe not a word of this to anyone. You got it. Well, at least her dad's still... Ah, shit. Old Jaja's gonna do something stupid again. Going the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself. Please do not keep the Third Promise waiting. Okay. Oh, several cutscenes will play. Okay. Wait, is my item level high enough? Oh no, it would sink me down. Oh, that leg spike. Jeez. All right. You're back. So what did Hunmuruk want? It's a secret. It's alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, the Tianbek traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. But I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. That does sound tempting. A moment, promise. Oh God. What do you want? You're one of Bakul Jaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. And why's that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us? Oh, Morok! Bakul Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on. Look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. He heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Humoruk my...
Sorry, Wuk Lamat.
Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
Ooh. Do we get to play Wuk Lamat?
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to tempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him.
You got this, Wuk Lamat.
Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Don't worry, the scary adventurer won't try anything funny.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me? I'll kill you, kill you, kill you all! Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
I have full confidence.
Eyes on me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again.
Woo, that shot.
I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
Oh my god, let's go. Oh yeah, through skillful combat, Wuk Lamat will gain the resolve she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious. Okay. So use them as much as I can. Got it. Thanks for the advice, game.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces. I'll cut you to shreds.
Okay, strength from her resolve. Let's go.
No more tricks, Bakul Jaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior.
Ooh.
Mittens is no longer accusing me.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
This rite has taught me so much.
Yo, she just did a DPS limit break, but with warrior. That was cool.
And myself.
There's gonna be a donut.
Can't keep up.
How do you like this? Kitty, 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 kitty.
The one producing the red ore is the real one. Got it.
Really understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Ooh. Wait, what's this? Determination fills the heart and damage deltas increase. Attacks generate HP equal. Ooh.
This is the end for you, kitten.
Oh, I need that bleed to go away. Okay.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn's servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
Really sucks that I'm doing this without damage reduction. Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. I'm barely staying up. Okay, good. I thought I had messed up the order. Uh-oh. Oh.
I will be the next Dawn servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! That's so cool! Come on! Whoa! Wuk Lamat.
But that was everything I had.
That was insane!
I can't stand it anymore. Attack! This is our fight. Stay out of it. You bring shame upon us. You think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk. We cannot lose.
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't lead. I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence. A change. It wasn't like this before.
I win. Let's go, Wuk Lamat.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No.
They feel scared! Huh? Oh.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you all right? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulliyollal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
That was a very sweet.
the passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Bibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tulliyolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I fail to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this. And in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
That was a good heart-to-heart. Okay, that confirms that the gear that I had recently obtained is better than what I have. into the traverse. Still being cleared, I'd assume. Yunmu said he would notify us as soon as we're... And perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wuk Lamat's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This is Bakul Jaja we're talking about. Now she can tell them about how she, in such a badass way, beat the shit out of Bakul Jaja. And his lackeys. Well, I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat? Bravo! What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. The power of Dynamis is strong in this one. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. Tienbeck Traverse is now safe for travel. And we finally can make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? I can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Kettenram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. Would not be so certain. It is true that the Dawn Servant received Kettenram in Mamuk, and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Shibral and Mamulja. Since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tulliyolal. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from, and eat so much Shabruk Pibil besides. Thank you everything, Hunmuruk. Till next time, take care. Having get names in this expansion, I swear, is driving me up a wall. First we make our way across the Shabrit Cinderfield to southeast. Oh, you have grown indeed. Okay, yeah, this outfit works with the Viper out design. I like it. I like it a lot. Mike working on Pictomancer, I see. Place is beautiful. What are these people? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Supposed to basically go about midway. I thought I was saving time. I only made it take longer. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently Bakul Jaja cleared away the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Wuk Lamat single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. So we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. Yeah, that's true. Clearly there was some form of PTSD going on when he got beat by Lamati. So I guess we'll learn about his past. Luring, isn't it? In more ways than one, take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. You hold the paring stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Paring stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron, one of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. I actually don't remember how to pronounce that one. Aether they emit causes surrounding flora to grow unique hues, as you can see. These glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens? Vidral be merciful. There you are. Blue. It's all blue. and pretty. It's a very beautiful environment. Far cry from the upper forests, indeed. The place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about it. Keep running. We're almost there. See, they say that, and it's like our goal was to get the 7 tablets. But clearly there's way more left of the story to go after all this, because we're only on level 94 quests, and we literally have story quests up to level 100. So until we get to that point, the contest may end up being over at some point, but there'll still be so much more that's gonna happen. This is also my first time visiting Mamuk. I have no experience interacting with the locals. Given Humuruk's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. Yeah. Oh, we all know what comes next. Let's find that elector. 2 streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Hunmaruk's guidance, I also suggest that we err on the side of caution and move throughout the city in pairs. Anvil can come with me, and Alize can go with Kryl. That leaves B-Dog to accompany Wuk Lamat. If this arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. Wow, this place is crazy. Not very welcoming indeed. Please tell me you've had better luck. No one will talk to you either? I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. Oh, there, we'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone, the Dawn Servant's elector. Could you tell us where they are? So chances are we need to figure out what's got them so upset and see if there's a way we can get them to warm up to us. I'm assuming that'll be our biggest challenge. How are we supposed to find the elector if nobody will even speak with him? Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city as quickly as you can. Oh. That doesn't bode well.
Up there.
cool.
Bested by a mere shade.
Whoa.
Sorolja. Papa?
What?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
Oh yeah, the helmets are different, so it's not but cool.
The Channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the feet of the Brotherhood.
Tulliolal's mightiest warrior, yet wisest you are not. You who spurned your retainer shade when battering your betters.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector.
Oh no.
Soralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the rite of succession. Be gone from my sight.
Damn. He was the last person who I thought would get disqualified.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
When Zoralcha was defeated, he tried to take the keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Galul Jar Jar. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets.
Oh gee.
What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
Hey.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You
as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Let's go, brother.
Aww.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it!
Oh, is that Bakul's mom?
But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
Not a girl.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise. I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
The lectures we have met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claim. This Tulliyolal, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name an openly biased man elector? Worrying over Tulliyolal won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. Western outskirts, right? Thank you for coming. My name is Milalja. Milalja. Here we may talk freely away from problems. What was it you wished to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in this city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, a sprawl inferior by all presumption, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time, anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Fool Jaja is just that strong. Seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Ola Jaja of the Silver Scales, for one, traveled across the Salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed siblings' supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tural under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Galul Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character. And in so doing, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. So far we've been learning about cultures and traditions and helping them pursue them, but this is a situation where we want to get them to break their tradition. There is a place that will help you to understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. I think this is the other thing that I like about Dawntrail. I feel like I've already mentioned it, but it bears repeating anyways, or maybe I'm about to say it slightly different. What I value most right now in this expansion is not only the fact that we're getting more world building, but it's the fact we're getting the opportunity to learn about new cultures, new religions. Well, not really religions, but like new traditions, new ceremonies. Like, we're getting to see more. Because by the time we had gotten to Endwalker, we had already seen all the races front to back. Even in the first, they were just the same races, but, you know, they're slightly different. This is a whole new continent of culture. And I love it. They're all fun and interesting. None of them sound lame or, like, dumb. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye, and judging by their attachment, that tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. Anyway, we should press on. Milalja was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show. Not to mention the vibrant environments. Like, this is beautiful. We've been going from, like, sunny and rainy terrain to now just a tranquil, like, blue and shiny forest. Like, this is beautiful. If I had a more advanced computer, I'd want this type of environment to be like an animated desktop background. This is incredible. Digging the cultural aspects for sure. Yeah. I actually really like it a lot. I'm not really the person who really gives a damn about that stuff, but I do here. Woo, 35k, goddamn. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just because for a lot of other games that introduce cultures, they don't really bother to flesh them out. They're just kind of like, this is what they believe in, and then your character's like, how do we work around this to still attain our goals? Whereas like this is like, no, we attain our goals by learning about them. I'd love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn about their ways, except they'd probably... The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. Music's been great, characters have been great, the cultures have been fun and unique. I can't help but be happy with this expansion. I'm not even halfway through and I'm already satisfied. Like, they literally don't have to do anything else anymore. They could literally just half-ass it the rest of the way and I'd be sitting there like, I'm still happy I played this. This is the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted, even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed. Ooh, this is gonna be dark. Truth of the blessed. This probably has to do with Bakul Jaja's PTSD flashback. Why do I feel like we're about to see like a pit of failures? Tossed aside. Oh. That's a big hole.
I shouldn't have looked down.
Oh, Wuk Lamat, you'll be fine.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
We have to jump?
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
Ooh. What beasts are these? Sorry, is that a deer bird? Yeah, it's a deer bird. What the hell? These are cool. These creatures look awesome. I better be able to get that as a mount. That's a sick looking creature. Look at that. It's like the tree of life deer in like the face, and then it's got like the bodies of like a bird. That's insane.
A cool Jaja.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
The third promise seeks to learn about Malmuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are.
This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mamulja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibral was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power. When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children, no matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die. Trapped in their shells. Only 1 in 100 survive.
What?
If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters, who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
Empathize with you, but could have handled things differently.
I should never have been born.
Don't say that.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you are responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
There you go.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tural. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Well, of course they're not going to, Kryl. Come on. But if enough of them back you...
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends Ehubiko and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them. Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Thanks, Wuk Lamat.
Well, maybe it's...
Aw, I like Bakul now. Poor guys. That's heartbreaking.
Let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
Bakul was neat from the start, but there's so much to them. Literally turning a monster of a character into a sympathetic tragedy in one cutscene. But then, like, also showing that, like, it wasn't... And that's the thing, too, is, like, technically, the worst that he did was release the trial boss, right? Like, the rest of the stuff that he did was despicable, yes, but it wasn't on the verge of, like, beyond forgiveness type of thing. And that was the thing. Like, we knew... For the longest time, I was wondering what Bakul's agenda was. And now I feel like I know what he would have tried to do if he could have become Dawn's servant. And that was probably try to put an end to that. Like, that's insane. As soon as he had that PTSD flashback moment after losing to Wuk Lamat, I was like, uh-oh. Something dark is going on with this guy. And that is such a tragic backstory. Of every 100, only one survives. The whole birthing process, 99, never seeing the light of day. Fuck, dude, that's heavy. Not gonna lie, I felt myself tearing up watching someone like him who was so confident being so broken. He tried to ruin Ihihana, sabotaged us on the river, kidnapped me for my keystone, and released the most vicious Tural Vidral of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But the moment I understood why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated. He still needs to make amends, though. I hear you. Bakul Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I've voiced that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city. That does also put into perspective why the people of Mamuk might not be the biggest fan of Galul Jaja. Why? But that doesn't... It doesn't, though. Like, because that's the thing. Considering he did what Bakul was supposed to do, yet they're still in this forest, stuck and hating outsiders. But see, that's just it, though. They're not stuck. They made it very clear that those who believed in Galul's idea of peace moved to the Citadel. Moved to Tulliyolal. The rest stayed behind because they don't believe in his idea of peace. We literally watched him get the two tribes to basically make merry and not fight each other anymore. Those tribes could leave at any time, but they chose to stay. And then of those few that were that heavy in believing in what Galul wanted to do, moved to Tulliyolal. I think that Galul would have accepted any of them. All they have to do is they just drop their damn pride and go. Just go say, I want to live in Tulliyolal, and he'd be like, welcome aboard. So far, I haven't heard a single thing about Galul forcing them to stay here. I think he'd be more than happy for them to be a part of the rest of the continent. I think it's that he didn't do what Bakul was supposed to do. Bakul was supposed to make Mamuk become the top dog. But Galul made everyone equal. That's the difference. Galul did the opposite of what Mamuk wants. Though, of course, I'm going off of information I have right now. You could be further than me, and there's some other truth that I have yet to see. Just off of what I've understood so far, is that the only reason Mamuk is still being hostile towards outsiders is because not all of them believe in what Galul wanted to do, and they wanted Bakul to break that and put them as the top dogs. It's still their greed for power shining through. Those who were willing to abandon that greed now get to live peaceful lives in Tulliyolal, while the others remain here to perform atrocities. They continue to break the Geneva Convention. 'Cause that's fucked up, man. And how easy was it for Bakul to fish out that urn? Dude just reached in. Oh, yep, here's an urn. Along with thousands of others. Like, that's... could be thousands in there. I'm so mad at all the people that all of the people of Mamuk that made Bakul go through shit like that. Like, I don't excuse what Bakul did. He almost invited thousands of deaths in Tulliyolal, as well as like put other people in danger numerous times, but no one should ever have to be treated that way, nor have to go through what he went through. The Bakul Jaja scale represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. Damn right. Doug, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend an ear. Wait, and I did? Okay, yeah, I did. Really hope we are able to find a solution for the Amulja here. No, not Amulja. What are they? Oh, this is a Bunawa. But Scale, if the Blessed trust you, then so will I. What is it that you require of me? Cool Jaja bids us come to Noxutral Zuj. Strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dream. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you. Oh yeah? What if I show you this scale? What's it scale? In an outsider's hands? What business do you have with me? So Bakul Jaja sent you to call an assembly. Not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Moksutral Zuj. Have you managed to gather some of the good folks? Wonderful. The esteemed Bakul Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming as well. Apparently there's a Najul nursery to the west called Gul Majik Grove. You go and see who you can talk to there as well. Meet you at the meeting place afterward. One more person I need to find. Oh, my apologies, I was unaware. I thank you, Blessed Scalebearer, for bringing me word of his gathering. I shall head there at once. The other thing I'm curious about is that in regards to these children, are they all like, aware of this? Where's Wuk Lamat? Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well. Amity, I remind you that this rite is a competition. Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize to your own benefit. I've barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Amuk has a problem I can't solve on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well, I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Wuk Lamat, third promise of Tulliyolal. Promise? I thought you served Bakul Jaja. You deceived us? No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and her retinue. I honor these outsiders so. Because Wuk Lamat has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Bakul Jaja shared with me the truth about Blessed Sip, about the price you pay to As an outsider to your community, it is not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experiences of its people, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that creating blessed siblings demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. Think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain. Together we may find a new way forward. Right. Together? If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. Okay. Would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Zarilja. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. All right. Alright, B-Dog, before we start, let's make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamulja and Shabral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest. Due to infighting, Mamulja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hubigo and Bunawa clans intermarried, and that's how Blessed Siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on Blessed Siblings. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tulliyolal, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed Siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, lead us to the fertile land above, where we might make a place for Mamulja to abide in peace and plenty. You desire fertile land, one that's all your own. As you'll have noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so it feels like it's always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only one that grows well is Najul, Atika, Banana, and Turali. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. Forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. The land was once rich with ore, but the I always say these guys' names wrong. The Yukhoi did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. Meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born, but that's impossible. With resources as sparse as the others, you don't have any good prospects for trade. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that we need the might of Blessed Siblings. There have to be other ways to thrive, ways that don't require fighting. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective, but all their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people here wish they had better land, and who better to get it for them than Blessed Siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Hold on, didn't Aaronville mention something about the meteorites? The ether they emit makes the plants glow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence local flora. And noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. Oh, that's a cool looking bird. It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. Meteorites' etheric emissions are palpable, even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Najul tree. Indeed, I should like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Kryle could lend your expertise as well? I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well. I think I see what you're getting at. If we can prove to them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. So how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, one more right here. Perfect. Obliged. Alphino, Kryle, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I am hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival, so go and meet her there. We will return with our results as soon as possible. I'm sure Zareel Jaw would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to, but his people are my people, and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, Gul Jaja not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Kona and the others will be back with their report soon. There's gotta be a way they could, like, get the trees to let the sun in. Oh. Good, everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier, we asked about the hopes you place in Blessed Sibling, why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home, thus your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven, without a doubt, that the Jatika heartland is abundantly fertile. It may be surprising to hear, as you have seen crops fail time and time again, but we have discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy. Others, as you well know, are sickened by. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Across the salt in a place called Charlian, there is a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Link Pearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eorzea acquired the Popoto and tomato from Tural, so too might Mamuk benefit from crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than Najul here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose those species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed Siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then there was never any need to fight, never any need to sacrifice. We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I know Blessed Siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, Promise. There's another way for our children and our home who will no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, B-Dog? Sure. Anything is possible when you work together. Our victory all over Valley Yarmanda is proof of that. With faithful allies at your side, you can save even the entire star. In friends both old and new, you can find the light to banish the darkness. Ooh, all three of these are good. I think this one. Friends both old and new. Friends, a perplexing notion from an outsider, but not unwelcome. We've said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade and the feet of the Brotherhood, clear the way for Mamuk's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you, please. Live up to your word. I will. After we complete his feat, let's be sure to tell Zariel-Ja the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Compassion even for the likes of him. Continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it is a simple choice. Oh. Will he back down from the right of succession? We're counting on you, Wuk Lamat. We got you, Bakul. I never imagined the samples we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. If they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zariel-Ja made his own attempt. Final feat awaits. Oh, I was in my twin blade stance last? Okay, here we go.
Zariel-Ja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have
Oh boy.
graced Tural.
Well, we'll face Galul Jaja.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her. Claimants are not permitted to assist.
Ooh, is this gonna be a trial fight? Because that'd be cool.
Promise.
No, it
You
wouldn't
may
be.
observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case,
He's gonna forfeit the right to secession.
it seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust.
Let's go.
What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne.
Let's go.
This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tulliyolal.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might.
Yeah, but they got the Warrior of Light with them.
Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed. Arise!
Everyone ready?
I mean, there are enough people here for a trial.
No hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders. And the only way forward is through you.
Let's do it. Wait, no, that's right. It's a solo instance.
Bear witness to our resolve.
And their research guides our journey. So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
These blades sundered Baligarbanda scales.
Blades of fire rain.
Oh, I'm gonna get caught and die. No! Let's go. Nice limit break use.
Together, we shall triumph.
Ooh, we just barely pulled that off.
We'll get through this.
I have your back. I shall assist you.
I know not who you are. Are you blunt to nothing?
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
Oh, here we go.
All the reason and all. By crimson wrath is thunder.
We get to see the full version of the spell. Damn. What? Giant blade made of fire? That's sick.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
I will be the next Dawn servant. I will protect my people.
Come on, Wuk Lamat. Way to go.
Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
We will see Lamatini come closer. Tulliyolal!
We did it. That was awesome. I'm glad we got to reprise that fight, but this time him at like max power.
That's my old man for you.
refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Erugadin? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long!
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuk Lamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume?
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor, the one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuk Lamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory! Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuk Lamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still moms to go yet, Wuk Lamat. The rite ain't over till you find the city of gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Sorry, I was eating. About everyone, we were just coming to you. You did it, Milalja. Proved to the Autarch. Not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise, now it's our turn. You've shown us another way that we can build the lives we've always wanted here in our homeland without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come from across the salt, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders as equals. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the color and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love. Someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind, and while it may feel scary, taking the first step towards understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about outsiders may well help Mamuk grow. But what happens when they learn about us, about what we've done? They will not. generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so shall it remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the autarchs. We and no one else are responsible. For my deeds, I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. Last thing this city needs is more death. Bakul Jaja hasn't fought this hard for this long only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of them. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Tulliyolal. We can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Thank you, Third Promise. Thank you for everything. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know. I'm glad the people of Mamuk have accepted you. Merchants and menders are now available for you. Yay! Da-da-da-da-da. Ain't no place for proper chat. My cabin's just north of the city. Blue Eyes Abode, as people here call it, on account of me dazzling twinklers. I'm glad we found a solution for Mamuk. I'm glad to know they won't have to deal with famine and suffering anymore. He's just got very sparkly hostess pastries. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamuk? They haven't exactly been welcoming to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weather eye on him. Though seeing how you've won him over, methinks I'll have less need for vigilance. I'm here at Galul Jaja's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept, and incidentally to remind Zuriel Jah of his duty as elector should he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here? That's no way to treat an honored guest. I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now, or didn't you see the sepulture atop Wuk Lamat? That's right, Etenram was one of the names. Father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle, Valley Garmanda being but one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. You trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded as you are by all these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength, and it's thanks to them that I understand Papa's hopes for this nation. But I must continue to protect. Improve your readiness for the throne, Wuk Lamat. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. Oh? All by yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. So when Hyunmu Rook refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ikbrash 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. I think Galuf's visit had something to do with the Golden City. Precisely. Moreover, only the Yakwoi, I still feel like I'm saying their name wrong, who lived in Yaktel ever dreamt those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. And if Gerfurler's abilities are at all representative, the Yakwoi are now stronger to the arcane. Or no stranger to the arcane. Which means the dreamers of Eld likely owe their experiences to their inherent qualities, and their proximity to the city itself, here in these forests. Then all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamuk and make inquiries. While there, we can all take the opportunity to see to any necessary travel preparations. If everyone is ready, let us assemble at the Aetheryte. Jesus, we're already looking for the golden... We're already at the point of finding the Golden City. And we're only at level 95. You're Kasua's boy, ain't you? She told me about you. Said she tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed despite my best efforts. I'd begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Wuk Lamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrade. We'll find it. Together. I can't believe that the main scenario quest ends soon and you just have to grind the rest of the way to 100. I know, it's weird, ain't it? Was I ever that young? Man. What a great adventure this has been. Merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell me supplies. One would hardly believe that they were ever averse to aiding visitors. Won't believe how many Najul they gave me. Now all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Miloja and Zerilja come to help us? As an elector, I am forbidden from speaking of the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. Then anything you can tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There is no corner of this forest we do not intimately know, save for one. Do you recall the place I showed you where my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings? That stone pier stands at the entrance of the sky-deep cenote, final resting place for children we lost to our zealotry. Precious few are permitted beyond the cenotaph doors, and we have not explored its deepest recesses. If the Golden City is in Yaktel, it may well be hidden in there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifices made to conceive. The cenote is no longer under our protection. It is a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I'm sure Bakul Jaja would appreciate that, and we're here to offer any help if you need it. He's shocked by that. Your father also visited the cenote, come to think of it. It was many years ago by now, but a notable affair due to the foreigner he brought with him. A mage, I believe. Truly? The Dawn Servant did not disclose his reasons, but he descended past our zenotaph and into the old Yakhoi quarries. Doubtless the very same ones excavated by Vorpalor's dreamers. Then the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the sky-deep cenote. Thank you, both of you. We'll set out straight away. You will find a winged beast or two lingering in Gokdrak descent. It will carry you below. I believe in you, Third Promise. You will make a magnificent Dawn Servant. Well, yeah, because I mean, Bakul's basically lost. Her brother got her eldest brother got disqualified, and then her other brother gave up the right to secession. So, only person left to take the place would be her. Just to make sure, I did a tune? Okay, good. Oh, damn. I gotta go far, far. Come along, Torgal. Hey, Mike, assuming you can still hear me, what level of main scenario are you at? Are you basically around the same point as me, or are you on, like, 96 now? I think you're on the cusp of 96, so I'm only a little bit behind you. Though I assume there's a lot more story to do, so I'm only a little bit behind in terms of number of quests, but in terms of overall conversations, I'm probably far behind. Yeah. I'm definitely gaining on you. Well, what really helps is that I've gotten to take Viper into some of the roulettes. So I haven't had to... I've been giving it enough experience to keep pace with the story. I'm literally waiting at any moment for me to no longer be able to keep up with the story. Like, for the fact it's going to take, like, 20 mil, 21 mil, basically, to level up this time around. So unless I take Viper into a roulette or two, that's going to catch up to me very quickly. There was a bridge path right there I could have taken, and I took the long way around. Bro, I want this Sky Beast mount. This thing looks so cool.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
I'm here to talk.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, the previous 2 days I had a family reunion, so Dawntrail had to wait. And it also crashed in the middle of a cutscene, which was fun.
Oh, jeez. At least you haven't been having DirectX 11 errors like Raylan had yesterday.
I don't think I can get those on my PlayStation 4.
I know I've seen people writing it in Endwalker. You have? This feels like a Dawntrail exclusive creature.
I didn't expect the main city theme to be big band type of
Yeah, it's
music.
bumping.
Of course, when you're in the other place, I can hear the lyrics to the song in my head, and they keep playing.
Nah, it's ripped straight out of Elpis. Oh, well, damn. Gotta figure out how to acquire it. The mount.
Man, you're getting up there, 97 already.
97, currently at level 95 story quest, and I just unlocked the level 95 dungeon.
Well, at least you're ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
So I realized I was a sprout until I started Dawntrail, then I stopped being a sprout.
Yep, you basically stay a sprout until you catch up in the story. So once you enter the most recent expansion, you lose your sprout status. I lost mine back in Shadowbringers. Fuck, wasn't expecting a shot of that for the...
Oh, did you do the first dungeon with people or with the NPCs?
I did it with people because Mike had a healer high enough level to help me fast queue for it. But then after that, I've been doing strictly NPCs just because Mike's maining DPS. So I don't really have anyone who can help me with queue times right now.
I did it with NPCs. It's definitely interesting seeing those enemies, you know, the one I'm talking about with the other characters.
Oh yeah. I just like doing the runs with NPCs in general. The dialogue is nice.
Did you know Sage is actually a DPS?
Yep.
Lovely.
That shot killed me. What, of all the urns, Mike? Yeah. That's really makes me sad to see that.
Oh, which path did you take first?
I did the bird people first.
Same.
Yeah, I found their thing to be more interesting.
Although, can confirm alpaca mount at some point, probably.
Sorry, can't confirm what?
Confirm this game is good.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh. Let's hope it doesn't crash in the middle of the cutscene, so I have to watch it twice, technically.
Oh. And...
yes.
Looking into the water throughout this place, it sucked every time. Oh god, throughout the place? Well, I guess I should expect that much.
Can't wait to reach level 100, then start leveling my Pictomancer.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be leveling Pictomancer soon.
Oh, new weapon. Is it good?
Oh, whoops. Kill.
Oh. I forgot I got a minion from the first dungeon. It's cute. Oh, it floats.
Viper's so cool. Just every new skill just adds to the badassery that is Viper.
Glad you're enjoying it.
I was running roulettes with Sooks and the others, and I literally just sat there and I was just like, I want to go back to Viper. This class feels too slow. Wait, no, that was the day we were doing that huge grinding thing. I said I wanted to go back to Viper because I did Red Mage, and I was like, man, this sucks. I want to go back to Viper. It feels better.
Can't wait to see what the new armor looks like.
Honestly, I really like... I've been liking the look of the new armor pieces. I mean, I've mainly just been looking at the stuff for Viper, but I've been liking them so far. Even the swords for Viper have yet to miss. Like, all the designs are slick and cool.
I do have some new stuff for White Mage, but it's slower than the than what I have on right now, so.
Mm-hmm.
Although I am glad I am able to play when I can play for these past 2 days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Definitely glad that you're able to hop on this time around.
The queue for my was 2,000. Wasn't too bad.
Yeah, that's not awful. Thankfully. You are cursed to be a nuisance to your party.
As soon as I reach 100, I'm switching to Picto and focusing on Picto. Boy, am I glad I turned on the stuff when you interact with the NPCs and make the other people disappear. Oh, hello, spoiler character.
Oh, it only moves the bubbles. Okay. I see. I think the only downside to playing with NPCs, if you pass out, rather than the NPCs reviving you, you just it's an automatic wipe.
Well, I guess it makes sense for me because I'm a white mage.
Yeah, but I'm not. I should be allowed to be rezzed.
Well, it's they conveniently forgot how to use raise. Back to discovering new land and getting EXP for it.
Oh, that's in the direction I'm facing. Okay. I am understanding this mechanics little by little.
Hooray, new mechanics. I do like the battle music too. It's very nice.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Maybe I'm just reaching the gear minimum, but felt like I couldn't mess up more than once before getting hit was death. Yeah, I've been getting that feeling too. Like, even in the solo instances, it got a little scary here and there.
I think I only died once during a solo instance so far.
Thankfully I haven't, but it got very close.
Oh boy, this is we're gonna be in for a time when it officially launches.
Well, at that point, the login times are basically going to be the same.
I guess you're right about that.
So if you're able to log in the morning, do so, because that'll be the best time. And if you're a night owl, do it really late at night.
I've done both. I went the wrong way, but I discovered new stuff. So it's all good in the end.
Yeah. Headband of striking. I can do nothing with that.
Oh yeah. Did get stuff for
Anti-Ray boss is cool. Yes, I agree. I'm reading that incredibly late, but I agree. That's been the nice thing about these dungeons is I like that we're getting a break from dealing with like abomination creatures that are made up of messed up origins. It's just more adventurer style creatures. It's been very Indiana Jones so far. Yes. And I love it.
Oh, hell yeah. One of these, might as well. It's always good when you run into a random aether current.
Yes. I agree.
So let's have a look at these. Oh boy, that is a lot for this area. Even all these blue quests for my pick though once they get to 90. An ingenious idea. Although I do have to learn where to put my new white mage stuff on the controller, which is going to be fun.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably some skills that are just going to be just completely changed, but I don't know. Got to be at least a couple of new stuff. Speaks don't eliminate the rats. Oh.
Oh,
wow.
no.
Textures on these things. Actually kind of cool.
It is kind of funny seeing the stuff that hasn't been updated next to the stuff that has.
Yeah, well, I learned that apparently if there's any textures that are coming off as blurry, if you reduce the 3D rendering by 1 point, it fixes it completely. So, like, take the setting from 100 and set it to 99, and it'll instantly fix everything.
I don't know where that would be in the settings. I might
It would be in the graphic settings. I'm trying to remember what the actual setting is called. I can check in a moment.
Looking at cutscenes though. Yeah, you loading outside of the cutscene.
What am I fighting?
Something cool.
Hmm.
We mustn't hold back. You cannot stop us.
Whoa. What a pretty set piece.
Oh yeah, I have something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Wow, the truth has been revealed. Yep, well, I just logged in time to type in a hello.
Yeah, so if you go into system configuration, graphics settings, and 3D resolution scaling, if it's set to 100, set it to 99, and it should clear up any blurry textures.
System.
That's what I saw online.
Graphics. Great. Sorry, I have no time for triple triad. I must Dawntrail.
Oh.
Oh yeah, have you looked at the new inn? I really like it.
I have. I honestly feel like it's the best designed inn we've had.
At least now that I'm walking the streets of the main stuff, it isn't lagging all that much. Which means people are moving out of the main city and doing stuff. Now that the family reunion's done, I can focus all on Dawntrail.
Yeah.
Although we did bring back food and stuff, so that was nice.
Good.
Some delicious, delicious pie. Thanks for telling me I can unlock. Cool. New stuff unlocked. Hooray, new pants.
I thought this place was of Yokhui origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time. Don't tell me it's the Allagans again.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
A golden light.
something on the other side, but how did it get over there?
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
Just realized I already had my gap closer.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
How do we open it?
Come and look at this. Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
Leave it to Alfino. Is this it? The Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokwi described from their dreams.
Well done! Well done indeed. You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the rite of secession.
So we did it. We made it to the end.
seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the golden city of legend, I assure you. The circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Ha ha! Come! Let us return to Tulliyolal.
Home at last.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I should keep myself deafened for this. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. Can I come in? Sure. I haven't properly thanked you. That my sister was able to realize her potential is testament to the quality of her traveling companion, particularly you. That you have my heartfelt gratitude. I only did as you might have in mind. My primary business in calling is to deliver a message from Lamat. As you will know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration, making no mention of me. You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamat or not is up to you. that is all. If you'll excuse me. You have become someone irreplaceable to her. As her brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say that I hope you will stay by her side. Hmm.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn servants.
It's starting.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least.
People of Tulliyolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the city of gold. My daughter, Wuk Lamat. Huzzah! Huzzah!
Long live the Dawn servant! Long live Tulliyolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulliyolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Bibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamulja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulliyolal I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness!
Well done.
I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Oh dear. What is she doing?
My father led Tulliyolal to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my one head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona?
Aww. Yeah, I considered that would be a possibility, but the more I saw how two of them were acting, I was like, no, it doesn't seem like there's a chance.
Are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn Servant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tulliyolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister, to give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
Way to go, Kona. You got the people's acceptance.
Glad this didn't go to waste. This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tulliyolal saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
You know what? I'm happy with this, though.
Both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud.
He would have been proud. Wait.
Of course you knew.
Brother's gone.
It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
Aww. I had a feeling that was the truth.
The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the rite was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself.
Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tulliyolal.
Change is in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
Oh, shit. It'd be my honor, love. Thank you. A lot. It'd also be my honor to call you. Might as well. Indeed, consider us your Eorzean cousins. If Eorzean cousins. A little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's still lots I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting for the occasion. Me here? Of course, we'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, B-Dog? Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk, then. Okay. I think that's gonna be it for me for now. I have work in the morning. Therefore, I must call it a night. I go to the cabins first, glamour some stuff, make some more inventory space. The armory chest, for the first time, my weapon slots are like maxed out. So I gotta like do something about that. Ugh.
I took my dog to the bathroom.
Oh, welcome back.
I also realized that I already have my gap closer as a white mage.
Mm-hmm. I kind of expected that would be the case. If they're gonna add gap closers, they gotta make sure that they're available early.
Let's see. It's a level 40 skill.
Yeah, that makes sense. Not too long after becoming a white mage.
Now I can go zoom for a little bit. No, I see. Interesting. Interesting. I also had a fun boss battle.
That's good. Yeah, so far I've been enjoying.
It played the song.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? I just don't want to spoil anyone.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
I'm always here.
Alrighty. I gotta hop off and call it a night. So,
okay.
Have a good one. Yeah, next time we all happen to be on.
Okay, have a good sleep and all that.
Thanks, and you have a good night enjoying Dawntrail.
We'll see if I sleep tonight.
Well, if you don't, then I hope you continue to enjoy Dawntrail. Ah, man, what a time! Dawntrail's not even over, man. And I already feel like I just went through an entire adventure, and I'm satisfied, you know? Can't wait to play more. Alrighty, let's see if anyone... I haven't looked to see. I wouldn't be surprised if... Oh, okay. Could raid Shay. Yeah, we'll raid Dingus Shay. Catfly. There we go. It's a very drastic change of pace from Final Fantasy XIV. It's going over to Rainbow Six Siege, but it also is Dingus Shay, as everyone has seen in my streams plenty of times. And I'm sure she would appreciate the company. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope y'all enjoyed seeing more of the story of Dawntrail and me gushing over everything. And I look forward to streaming more again. Hopefully, I'll be able to stream more tomorrow, but we'll have to see. I am technically temporarily going back to work for a little bit before I'm on my true summer vacation. But I get home relatively early enough. I should at least be able to get a good amount of time each day. So we'll see what happens. Worst case scenario, I'll just be playing with everyone else in their streams. But yeah, have a good night, everybody.
Viewers, hi B-Dog. Thank